Good evening and welcome in to Cavalier Field. It is game 15 of the season as the A's take on the Denver Cougars in game 2 of the series. First pitch in from Carson Lindsay was called strike at 7:03 p.m. 1-1 the count to Christian Lopez, who leads off tonight for the Denver Cougars. Takes a swing and comes up empty at the offering from Lindsay, and he's down in the count 1-2. The A's last night fell in a tough one in what we're dubbing as a slugfest. 23-19, a combined 42 runs between the two teams. It is a 2-2 pitch, grounded up the first base line and foul. The count remains 2-2. So Carson Lindsay gets the start on the mound tonight for the Dodge City A's. He's a new arrival to the team. I believe will be transferring this fall to Florida A&M University. So we'll go back to the 2-2 pitch. Lindsay, who's working from the third base side of the rubber, will get a swing and a miss, and the first out of the ball game to Christian Lopez. Lopez was the leadoff last night as well. Lopez would draw a walk to get on in the top of the first. The A's, they gave up 7 runs in the top of the first last night. Trying to not repeat that performance here tonight as the Dylan Whitfield steps in. He takes the first pitch inside for ball 1. The wind, well, yeah, it's back up here again today here at Cavalier Field. That pitch comes up empty on the swing. It does Whitfield. Evens a count at 1 apiece. Currently 92, feels like 97 degrees on a called strike to Whitfield. He's down in the count 1-2. 92 feels like 97. Another warm day here in Dodge City. So that pitch misses low to even the count at 2 apiece. Winds, they've been humming right along. Bumping right around the 40-mile-an-hour mark. As that pitch is in, it will hit Whitfield, and that puts a runner on for the Cougars. The Cougars, they got runners on early and often last night. Brings in Alden Quintanilla. Quintanilla hit in the 3-hole last night. He started in right field, moved in to first. He is the first baseman tonight for the Cougars. Pitch is high and over his head. It's a ball, and that will move Whitfield over to second on the wild pitch. So the Cougars tonight, they counter with their black tops. It is a solid black top, a gray and white stripe down the side with Cougars on the front and their numbers in white. Their numerals on the back as well. Pitch is called strike. Evens a count at 1 apiece. The A's are countering with the white or yellow tops tonight. Balk is called. Haven't seen that in a while, so that'll move the runner over to third. So runner in scoring position for the Denver Cougars, and they have one away. That's a high fly ball out of play.
All foul balls and property of the Dodge City A's.
Quintanilla falls down in the count 1-2. Lindsay, he works from the third base side of the rubber. Bright sunshine here at Cavalier today, not a cloud in the sky overhead. The pitch low and outside. It will even the count at 2 apiece. So 3 straight batters, they've evened the count at 2 apiece. We'll see what Lindsay can do here. The pitch swung on and missed. Quintanilla comes up empty on the offering, and it is out number 2. That brings in Finn O'Connor. O'Connor also hit cleanup last night, was also the shortstop for the Denver Cougars. We haven't talked about it. You saw the alignment earlier in the broadcast before we came live. So from left to right in the outfield, it is Isaiah Velasco, Jacoby Radcliffe, and Cade Colbreth. From third to first across the infield, Ethan Kane, Kane Carlos, Edward Gregory Jr., and Jaden Moreno. Dominic Roberts gets a start behind the plate, and Carson Lindsay on the mound to complete the battery for your Dodge City A's. O'Connor sends that one up the middle, fielded, cut off by Edward Gregory Jr., but not able to make the throw, as that will be an RBI single for O'Connor.
Now batting the DH, number 10, Zeke.
So the Cougars, like they did last night, they take the early lead, 1-0, 2 away to bring in Zeke Minnick. Minnick moving from the 8-hole up into the 5 spot tonight. Takes a pitch low for ball number 1. Minnick, the catcher last night, gets the half night off here tonight as he is the DH for the Cougars. 1-0 from Lindsay is swung on, coming up empty on the offering. It evens a count at 1. Swung on and missed on that offering as well. Down in the count, 1-2 is Minnick. Minnick, he hit an inside the park home run last night. Hit a home run in the 8th and also in the 9th. The 8th was a solo shot in inside the parker. Pitch is outside and low to even the count at 2 apiece. He also hit a 2-run shot just to the right of center last night in the 9th. Would give the Denver Cougars the final score of 23-19. Pitch inside, and the count runs full. Lindsay might have thought that that was strike 3, but it wasn't. Count runs full. So Carson Lindsay and Ryan Young were 2 late arrivals to the team. The A's are expecting 2 more players to arrive the middle to later part of next week as well. The pitch is a walk, and that will put 2 on and 2 away. Brings in Carter Olick. Olick came in to pitch for a short period last night. Olick would go an inning and a third on the mound for the Denver Cougars. So with 2 on and 2 away in a quick offensive meeting between Olick and coach, Tom Roberts coming back to home plate will go back to work.
And out to play for the Cougars, second baseman number 8, Carter Olick.
The Cougars last night, they stranded 16 runners. Your Dodge City A's, they stranded 14. The pitch high and outside for ball 1. The Cougars would bat around in the top of the first last night. They would actually send 11 to the plate in the top of the first. They would score 7 runs. The runner goes to, or O'Connor runs over to third. Olick fouls one off. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. Both outs in the inning have been strikeouts. So Lopez would strike out and Quintanilla would strike out. Pitch misses high again. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. The A's would like to get out of this inning with just 1 run in. Something that hasn't happened very often. Pitch is fouled off. The count runs full. The A's gave up 5 to the Liberal BJs in the top of the first on the 17th. They would hold the Rough Riders scoreless on the 15th, but they would give up their first run in the top of the second. The pitch misses for a walk, and that loads the bases to bring in Ian Laird.
Third baseman number 24.
Laird staying in the 7-hole tonight. He was a DH last night, playing at third tonight for the Cougars. So Lindsay with the bases loaded situation here. He'll step off. Fires high for ball 1. Well, Lindsay was finding the zone early, but seems to be struggling a bit here. At pitch, coming up empty on the offering is Laird. It evens a count at 1. The A's last night in their loss to the Cougars, they would have bases loaded. A high pop-up will be fielded by Gregory. The throw to first in time, and that will end the inning. The Cougars leave them loaded, and we're headed to the bottom of the first. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Welcome back in at Cavalier Field. It is Edward Gregory Jr., Kane Carlos, and Isaiah Velasco set to swing it here in the bottom of the first as a leadoff for your Dodge City A's. Leading off, it is Edward Gregory Jr. Junior from Southern University, comes from Detroit, Michigan. He'll take the first pitch for ball number 1. It is Tyler Swan getting the start on the mound for the Denver Cougars. Gregory grounds that one to the third baseman. The throw to first will be in time. They say he held his foot on, and that is out number 1. It was an unsettled play as Laird bobbled it. Quintanilla had to make a dive, but held his foot on the bag to complete the out. That brings in Kane Carlos. Carlos, the freshman from Eastern Arizona College, comes from Ava Beach, Hawaii. Swan misses with a pitch outside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Swan from Brighton, Colorado is committed to Scottsdale Community College. Played at Riverdale Ridge High School. The Cougars, well, they're loaded with lots of Colorado guys. That only makes sense for them. Few Minnesota, Hawaii, California, but heavily around the Denver area. So 1-2 the count to Kane Carlos. Carlos moves down 1 spot in the lineup tonight, hit leadoff last night. So pitch misses outside to even the count at 2 apiece. 2-2, called strike, and that will be out number 2. Brings up Isaiah Velasco. Velasco stays in the 3-hole tonight. Edward Gregory Jr. did not play in the lineup last night. So Isaiah Velasco, the graduate that played at Post University this year, comes from Silmar, California. Velasco, a big swing, fouls it off. So the defensive alignment for the Cougars, you saw it in between innings. Left to right in the outfield, it is Whitfield, Lopez, and Alber. Third to first across the infield, Laird, O'Connor, Olick, and Quintanilla. Barrows behind the plate for the Cougars, and Tyler Swan completes the battery on the mound. The pitch. One ball and 2 strikes account. Swan comes inside on that one, and it will even the count at 1 apiece. Swan's working from the first base side of the rubber. Pop up by Velasco, headed out into left field. Pulling it down is Whitfield, and that will end the inning as the A's will go 1-2-3. We're headed to the top of the second. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball.
Catcher number 30, Cameron Burrows.
Cameron Barrows leads off for the Cougars, the Dodge City Community College commit. He'll take the first pitch. It's inside, going to the backstop for ball number 1. Two and 0 the count to Barrows. Lindsay played his freshman season for Central Florida College, or College of Central Florida actually. Made 21 appearances, started 3, has a 3-0 record, and collected 1 save. Bobbled at second, throw to first in time to get the out, and that is 1 away for the Cougars. That brings in Dakota Alber, the right fielder. Alber completes the first trip through the lineup. A high fly ball out into center field. It's off the wall. It's an extra bases hit, and Alber will hold up at second with a double. So that turns the lineup over back at the top of the order with Christian Lopez, who went down swinging his first time up. 1 on, 1 away for the Cougars. Lopez in last night's game would score 2 runs and would only be retired twice. Bunt to the third baseman. They'll throw to first and not get the out as Kang was charging in, and that puts runners on the corners. That brings in Whitfield. He was hit by pitch his last time up. Lindsay's thrown 39 pitches so far. He pitched 42 innings for Central Florida this year and struck out 49, had a 5.79 ERA. First pitch to Whitfield misses for ball 1. 1-0, a fastball that misses outside. It's 2 balls and no strikes. The Cougars last night, they would have base runners in every inning except the second, where they would go down 1-2-3. So the 3-0 pitch, called strike on the upper edge. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. Grounded to the shortstop, Carlos. Throw to first in time. So they'll trade it out for a run, and that puts another runner at third with 2 away.
Up next for the Cougars, number 14, Alden Quintanilla.
Brings up Quintanilla. Struck out swinging his last time up. Takes a pitch low and outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Z misses high. It's 2-0. strike call moves the count to 2-1. Quintanilla would come to the plate 8 times last night for the Denver Cougars. He'll take a pitch high on the check swing, and no, he didn't go around. It's ball 3. Lindsay misses low and walks Quintanilla to put runners on the corners. 2 on and 2 away. One run in the inning for the Cougars. The Cougars currently lead at 2-0. We're in the top of the second. First pitch to O'Connor, misses for ball number 1. It's grounded up the middle, not able to get to it is Carlos. That scores another run and puts runners at first and second for the Cougars. They lead at 3-0. So that'll bring in Zeke Minnick.
Next up, number 10, Zeke Minnick.
Minnick, the 7th batter to come to the plate in the inning. Cougars, they would send 7 to the plate in the top of the first. They lead at 3-0. Pitch misses for ball 1. No work in either bullpen right now. Lindsay in a little bit of a struggle to find the zone. Minnick will send a high fly ball. It's a no-doubter out to left field and gone. It's a 3-run shot, and the A's find themselves in a 6-run hole. The A's would trail 7-5 after 2 innings last night. They're down by 6, or 7-2 rather. It was a 5-run deficit after 2 innings last night for the A's. They're down 6-0 here as it brings in Carter Olick. Olick, who walked on his last time up. The first pitch right down Broadway for strike number 1. Lindsay comes inside and misses. Evens a count at 1 apiece. The A's have one more game in the series, well, this series with the Denver Cougars tomorrow night. One's grounded to Carlos at short, the throw to first, in time, and that will end the inning. So the Cougars send 8 to the plate. We're headed to the bottom of the second. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Cade Colbreth is leading off in the bottom of the second. The A's trail 6-0. Colbreth, he played his freshman season at Tallahassee State College from Graceville, Florida, and finds himself down in the count 0-2. Swan back on the mound for his second inning of work. There is work out in the A's bullpen. A high fly ball to right field is gone. Solo shot by Cade Colbreth, and the A's are on the board here in the bottom of the second. They trail at 6-1. Leadoff home run to get the A's scoring started, and that will bring in Matt Perez. Perez, the freshman, played at Florida A&M University this year. Comes from Orlando, Florida. He'll take a ball for ball one. Pitch was ball one. That one comes inside from Swan and misses. Actually, it doesn't. It strikes Perez. That'll put a runner on with nobody out. Brings up Jacoby Radcliffe. So after the A's went down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the first, they already have a run in and a runner on with nobody out. Radcliffe, a junior this year from Southern University, comes from Chicago, Illinois. Has been a staple out at center field for the A's. He starts to show bunt, pulls back. It's ball one that misses outside. So Swan has thrown just 19 pitches as we're in the bottom of the second. Throw over to first, not in time. One-0 from Swan is in on the pitch and is ball two. So ahead in the count, 2-0 is Radcliffe. Swan will miss outside on that one. It's ball three. The throw down to second, not in time. It rolls out into center field. And that will be the first error of the ball game, will be credited to the catcher Barrows. The four-pitch walk, and that puts runners on the corners with nobody out to bring in Jaden Moreno. Moreno from Prairie View A&M was a senior this year from Pensacola, Florida. Moreno had the big night a few nights ago back against actually a week ago. He hit the grand slam that walked it off against the Colorado Rough Riders. The first pitch was fouled off. He's down in the count 0-1. If you go back on our social media, you can relive that call. The A's would walk it off against the Rough Riders in Game 3 and win it 11-9 on the walk-off grand slam by Mr. Moreno at the plate, who is down in the count 0-2. He'll take a golf swing at that one. It's into foul territory and falls foul. Jaden gets new life as it falls just ahead of the A's bullpen. Looks like Ryan Pineo is out in the bullpen for the Dodge City A's. Pitch is grounded to the second baseman. He bobbles it. They'll flip to second for the out. So it'll be the fielder's choice. That'll score a run, and the A's have a runner on first with one away.
Next up, third baseman number 8, Ethan Kang.
Brings up Ethan Kang. Kang, the third baseman tonight. Played his junior season at Colorado Christian University from Huntington Beach, California. He'll take a strike. Down in the count, 0-1. Moreno on at first, and the A's have scored 2 runs. They trail 6-2. Pitch misses high and inside from Swan. He'll even the count at 1. Well, the A's have a few of their fans that have gathered out past the center field wall. Pitch, again high and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Swan getting instructions from his coach. Slow down, take a breath. Throw to first was not in time. So the Cougars with 6 runs on 5 hits and an error. They've stranded 3 runners already. Your A's with 2 runs and 1 hit. Pitch inside again, and it's 3-1. The Swan will step off the backside of the mound. He'll step back on, has his sign, and comes set. It's a fly ball down the left field line and going foul out of play. Count runs full to Ethan Kang. Kang hitting the 9-hole last night. He moves up to 8 tonight. Payoff pitch from Swan. He'll take a look over at first. Delivers a ball outside, and Kang draws the walk. That brings in Dominic Roberts. Roberts is a sophomore from Lake Erie College. Comes from Powell, Ohio. It's going to draw a mound visit from the Cougars coach. So during this mound visit, let's go ahead and take this opportunity to thank some of our sponsors: the City of Dodge City and Ford County, the Community Foundation of Southwest Kansas, Curb's Law Office, and Lewis Automotive Group. We thank you for your sponsorship and support of Dodge City A's baseball. So this mound visit is over, and we'll go back to work.
Now batting for the A's, catcher number 4, Dominic Roberts.
So with 2 on and 1 away, Robert steps in for his first at bat. It's a fly ball down the right field line and falls about 3 feet foul for a long and loud strike number 1. Winds blowing out of the south here tonight at Cavalier Field. So we'll go back to work with the 0-1 delivery coming from Swan as he comes set. We'll take a look back at second. Robert sends one out to left field, but it will be pulled down, an unproductive out number 2. So the runners remain at first and second, and that brings in Edward Gregory Jr. as the A's turn the lineup over. Take the first pitch for ball number 1. He's batting .308 on the season for the Dodge City A's. So heading the count 1-0. Swan delivers. It's chopped foul and pulled in by head coach McCollum. That evens a count at 1 apiece. 1-1 coming from Swan, who is now at 36 pitches on the game. That pitch is fouled off back behind us. Get Gregory to fall down in the count 1-2. Well, if you come to Cavalier Field and you can chase down those foul balls, you can take them to the concession stand and you get $1 for every ball that you take back. 1-2 pitch. Swan will take a look back at second. Gregory sends that one. It's a fly ball out towards right field, and it could be pulled down by the right fielder for out number 3. The A's get 2 runs in the inning, but they strand 2 runners, and we are headed to the top of the third. The A's trail 6-2. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Ian Laird set to lead off as Ryan Pinillo takes over the mound for the Dodge City A's. So the A's have made the call to the bullpen to bring in Ryan. It is his first non-start appearance for the A's. He delivers ball 1 to Laird, who grounded out his last time up. Pinillo misses outside. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch is sent foul. Makes it 2-1. Pinillo is making his 4th appearance. All appearances prior have been starts. He took the loss against the Larks back on June the 7th. Has an 11.88 ERA. Allowed 14 runs, but has struck out 12 and walked 6. Pitch swung on and coming up empty on the offering. It's 2-2. So Pinillo pitched against the Rough Riders on the 13th. He went 3 innings in that outing. Went 2 1/3 against the Larks on June the 7th. And 3 innings against the Great Bend Batcats on opening night back on May the 31st. Pitch goes foul. The count remains 2-2 to Laird. The A's would sure like to hang a 0 on the scoreboard. Something that they only did in 1 half inning last night, but they won't get it that way as Laird gets on the hit by pitch. So the Cougars, they have their leadoff aboard. That brings in the catcher, Cameron Barrows. Barrows grounded out to the second baseman, Gregory, his last time up. The Cougars would be held scoreless in just 1 inning, and that was the 2nd last night. Otherwise, they would score in every half inning. Pitch is high and outside for ball 1, and that's going to send Dom Roberts out to have a quick chat with Pinillo. That mound visit's over. We'll go back to work. Pitch is called at strike, catches enough of the outer part of the zone. It evens a count at 1. Pinillo misses. High and outside again. 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, he delivers low there. Count now 3-1. Barrows getting his first taste of Cavalier Field. He'll get an even better look at it as he plays for Dodge City Community College this fall. He'll take the 5-pitch walk, and that'll put runners on first and second with nobody out. So the Cougars are going to send Blake Roberts out to be the courtesy runner for the Cougars. And that'll bring in Dakota Alber. Alber, he doubled his last time up. Hit one that went all the way to the wall. It actually bounced off the left center field wall. So 2 on and nobody out. The first pitch, low and outside for ball 1. The A's pitching staff, they've struggled a little bit this year with keeping it in and around the zone. Pinillo will fall into the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. The A's pitching staff coming in to tonight's ball game, they have issued 119 base on balls. So they have 119 free passes and another 34 via the hit by pitch. Pitch misses inside. Makes it 3-1. Nobody out for the Cougars here in the top of the third. They've already scored 6. They lead this one 6-2. 1 in the first, 5 in the second for the Cougars as Albert will foul that one off and the count runs full. So a big payoff pitch from Pinillo here. He works on the third base side of the rubber. Looking in. He'll have his sign and come set. Pinillo delivers. It's a jam shot inside that's fouled off, and we'll do the payoff over again. Payoff again is fired in. This is low and outside, and that loads the bases. Well, if you look back at the stats, the A's they've managed to work bases loaded several times, but get absolutely nothing out of it. Maybe they can get the Cougars to do the same thing here as they turn the lineup over to Christian Lopez. He is 1 for 2. Bunted to get on his last time up. Takes first pitch, strike on the outer a half. Fall down in the count, 0-1. Lopez did strike out swinging the first time he was at the plate. Pinillo delivers inside there, gets the called strike. Has Lopez down in the count, 0-2. Back up the middle, and they'll double off. Roberts at second for the out. So 2 away, and runners on the corners now.
Now batting number 15, Dylan Whitfield.
So that brings in Dylan Whitfield. He takes the first pitch for ball 1. Whitfield grounded out his last time up. Runners on the corners with 2 away. They'll throw over to first, not in time. Moreno going down to a knee to block that one. Count remains 1-0 to Whitfield. Cougars, they've started their 3rd trip through the batting order. As I said earlier in the broadcast, they would send part of the order to the plate 8 times last night. Pitches a ball that misses. Albert goes over to second. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, after working ahead against Lopez, Pinillo is behind 3 balls and no strikes to Whitfield. So he'll yank that one outside, and he'll draw the walk that will reload the bases. Well, how important was that double play pickoff now, as that would have scored a run. That brings in Alden Quintanilla. Quintanilla, he is 0 for 1. He walked on the last time he was up. The A's pitching staff, they've struck out 2 tonight. They've already walked 6. Pitch is fouled off to get Quintanilla down in the count, 0-1. foul that one off. It goes to our left and out of play. Down in the count, 0-2. Neo misfires to the outside. It's 1-2 the count now to Quintanilla. One of just a few Californians on the team as he'll come up empty on the offering, and that will end the inning. The Cougars leave it loaded and get a 0 on the scoreboard. We're headed to the bottom of the third. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Kane Carlos leads off, and Kane Carlos leads off on the first pitch he sees and lines it back at the shortstop O'Connor for out number 1. Brings up Isaiah Velasco. He's 0 for 1, flew out the last time he was at the plate. Take ball 1 outside. Swan back on the mound for the Cougars. He's been efficient. He's at just 41 pitches now. Take a look around the league as the Rough Riders are currently leading the BJs. That game 6-2 in favor of the Rough Riders is in the top of the third. Hayes leading the Game Day Angels 1-0. Game is in the fourth. 3-0 the count, and it's a 4-pitch walk drawn by Velasco to get a runner on. So before we get too far ahead of ourselves, Kane Carlos was batting .296 on the season for the A's. Velasco, he's batting .256. And that brings in Cade Colbreth, who hit the home run over the right field wall the last time he was up. Colbreth, he is moving up a little bit. He's batting .173 on the season now for the A's. He'll send one up the first base line. It is fair and goes out into right field. And that will be a double for Colbreth and puts runners on second and third for the A's. 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out. Brings up Matt Perez. Perez has been one of the hotter bats on the A's. It's cooled off a little bit here as he's batting .258 on the season. He was hit by pitch his first time up. Perez, a little chopper. It will fall foul. That might have been trouble, but it falls foul and has Perez down in the count 0-1. We'll go back to work. Colberth at second, Velasco at third for the A's. 1 away in the bottom of the third. Perez will chop that one foul. He's down in the count 0-2. A's looking to get something going early here. It took them a while last night. They scored 2 in the first and 3 in the third. That one's grounded at the shortstop. They'll throw to first, and he drops it but holds on to it. They'll trade an out for a run.
Up next for the A's, number 15, Jacoby Radcliffe.
So that'll bring up Jacoby Radcliffe. 1 run in, the A's trail 6-3. Radcliffe walked on his last time up. Batting .234 on the season. Takes a pitch low. It's ball 1. Radcliffe will step back out of the box, and he's ready. Works with his left foot on the far back part of the box, closest to the catcher. So that pitch is called strike. Catches enough of the inner part of the zone to even the count at 1. A little bit of a thinner crowd on hand tonight, of course. Radcliffe comes up empty on the offering. The A's, not the only thing in town tonight. It is the 52nd Shrine Bowl being played down at Memorial Stadium. Of course, that benefits the Kansas high school seniors and goes to the Shriners Hospital. The ground out to the shortstop, and that'll end the inning. We're headed to the top of the 4th. The A's trail 6-3. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Finn O'Connor leads off. He is 2 for 2, is singled both times he's been at the plate. A face off against Ryan Pinillo, out for his second inning of work. Fouls off the first pitch he sees to fall down in the count, 0-1. O'Connor would go 3 for 7 in last night's game as he'll ground that one out into center field for a leadoff single. Cougars out hitting the A's 6-2 as they lead it 6-3. Brings in Zeke Minnick. Minnick, one of the returners to this Denver squad. Takes a pitch outside and low for ball 1. The 1-0 is inside. Front door curve that misses. 2 balls and no strikes. 1 on, nobody out for the Cougars. They would leave them loaded in the top of the third where they would be held scoreless. So Minnick will send that one down the third baseline and foul. Makes it 2-1. Carson Lindsay, who got the start for the Dodge City A's, he officially goes 2 innings as Minnick will foul that one off and evens a count at 2 apiece. So Lindsay goes 2 innings in his first appearance for the Dodge City A's, allowing 6 runs. All of them earned. He struck out 2 and walked 3 on 5 hits. 2-2 will miss outside, and the count runs full. Payoff pitch here from Pineo. He'll induce the swing and a miss. And classic obstruction as he is out and the runner is out. So now 2 away for the Cougars on the called obstruction at home plate. So Olick will lead off and takes a 1-0 pitch that is grounded to Kane Carlos, and that will end the inning, making the throw to first. And the Cougars are held scoreless for the second inning, something that the A's did not do last night. We're headed to the bottom of the fourth. The A's trail 6-3. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Tyler Swan returns to the mound, and Jade Marino leads off for the A's in the bottom of the first. He hit into a fielder's choice his first time up. Comes up empty on the offering. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Marino batting .409 on the season for the A's. Comes up empty on that offering as well. To even the count at 2. Swan has thrown 55 pitches in the ball game. It's Marino to foul off that jam shot inside. Count remains 2-2. Swan will miss outside. Runs the count full. The payoff pitch. Swan fires and misses outside, and Marino will draw the leadoff walk. The A's have their leadoff aboard. It's the second time in the ball game that the A's have had their leadoff on. It brings in Ethan Kang. Kang walked on his last time up. Kang batting .280 on the season. Marino getting a lead off at first. Swan delivers high, but it's called strike. Has Kang down in the count 0-1. Pitch is called strike, catches the outer half of the zone. Kang down in the count 0-2. Reminder, tomorrow night, the third and final game of this part of the series between the A's and Cougars. That game a 6 p.m. start here at Cavalier Field. Kang sends that one up. It's popped up on the infield, fielded by Olick for out number 1. One away for the A's to bring in the catcher Dominic Roberts. He flew out his last time up. The A's completing their second trip through the batting order. Roberts batting .062. He'll take a pitch. He sends it out to right field, backtracking to the wall. Pulled down on the warning track by the right fielder Albert for out number 2. So that'll turn the lineup over. We're back at the order with Edward Gregory Jr. He's 0 for 2. Flew out to Albert his last time up. So Edward Gregory has he's scored 20 runs on 12 hits this season for the A's. Takes the first pitch for strike number 1. Down in the count 0-2 is Gregory after he fouls that pitch off. Runner goes, the pitch is low, so that puts Marino into scoring position for the A's. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Gregory will come up empty on the offering, and that will end the inning as he goes down swinging. And that'll do it for the bottom of the fourth. We're headed to the top of the fifth. A's trail 6-3. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Ian Laird leads off in the top of the fifth. Not to face Ryan Pinillo. He is out for his third inning of work. Delivers ball number one. Laird is 0 for 1. Was hit by pitch the last time he was up. Ryan misfires. 2 balls and no strikes to count. Three and 0 the count. Worked our way in to the top of the fifth. The A's trail 6-3. They've been out hit 6-2. The 3-0 pitch called strike. Makes it 3-1. The delivery from Pinillo. In and hits Laird to put a runner on and nobody out. So Laird has been hit twice already in the ball game. That brings in the catcher Barrows.
Next, number 30, Cameron Barrows.
Barrows walked on the last time he was up. 1 on, nobody out for the Cougars. They were held scoreless in the third and fourth. Barrows will take a swing and comes up empty on the offering from Pinillo and is down in the count 0-1. One offering is a backdoor curve that misses for ball one to even the count at 1. One. Fastball elevated high and outside. It's 2-1. Pinillo has come in and has thrown 47 pitches so far in the game. He's into his third inning of relief for the Dodge City A's after the starter Lindsay went the first two. Pinillo has not given up a run yet and delivers low and inside. It's 3-1. Look over at first. The 3-1 is inside, and that puts runners on at first and second. As Dakota Albert steps in, he is 1 for 1 and walked on the last time he was up. Of course, the Cougars will use the courtesy runner in Blake Roberts. Roberts was picked off at second, or doubled off, I should say, the last time he was on. So Albert steps in. He walked on his last time up. 2 on, nobody out for the Cougars, as that is a high fly ball that will go out of play for strike 1. So that'll send kids scrambling to try to go get that dollar. Down in the count, 0-1 is Albert. Pinillo yanks that one across the zone and gets the called strike to get Albert down in the count 0-2. Swung on, coming up empty. Albert goes down on strikes for the first out of the ball game, or of the inning, actually. And he was the beer batter, which invokes the discounted beers for 15 minutes here at Cavalier Field. It brings in Christian Lopez. He is 1 for 3 as the Cougars, well, they're starting their 4th trip through the batting order. Lopez will show bunt, pulls back, takes a fastball outside. So Lopez hit into a line drive his last time up. One 0 is popped up. It's going foul and will fall out of play. Evens a count at 1. The Cougars 1 in the first, 5 in the second. That is their 6 runs. The A's 2 in the second and 1 in the third. They trail at 6-3 right now here in the top of the 5th inning. The 1-1 delivery coming from Pinillo. Swung on and missed. It has Lopez down in the count 0-2. He's already struck out once in the ball game. He went down swinging to lead off the top of the first inning. 1-2 delivery. Grounded through on the right side. That will score a run. The throw home is cut off. Runners on the corners with 1 away. Brings up Dylan Whitfield. He's 0 for 1, walked on the last time he was up. Runners on the corners and 1 out. The A's like to keep the damage to just 1. They trail at 7-3. One time the last night, the A's were down by over 11 runs, actually. They would score in the bottom of the 7th to force the game to go the full 9 innings. They would actually have the tying run come to the plate. In the bottom of the 9th, the pitch is hit out into left field, and that'll score another run and puts runners on the corners. So runners at second and third with still one out. The Cougars have scored 2. They lead it 8-3. Brings in Quintanilla. He is 0 for 2. Struck out swinging the last time he was up. A's have got to do something to stop the bleeding in this inning, as it is right past the glove of Edward Gregory Jr. It scores another run. Here comes another one as the play is bobbled out in right field. That'll score 2 more, and the A's are down 10-3. Four runs have scored, and it's another big inning for the Denver Cougars. Here comes Finn O'Connor. He is 3 for 3. Has singled every time he's been at the plate. Still just one out in the inning as a pitch is called strike from Pinillo, and he has O'Connor down in the count 0-1. Ball is low and gets away from Roberts. It moves Quintanilla over to third. One ball and one strike to count to O'Connor. Takes a pitch right down the middle. It's down in the count 1-2. That'll hit Finn, so he won't be retired for the 4th time. Brings in Zeke Minnick, another guy that has been dangerous at the plate for the Denver Cougars. Hit back-to-back home runs in the 8th and 9th last night. Comes up with runners on the corners and one away. Went down swinging the last time he was up. A curve left high. The throw down to second. Not in time. The A's have got to stop the bleeding. They've got to get an out here. Minnick pops it up. It's headed out towards center field. Tracking it is Radcliffe. It'll definitely tag up a run. The A's trail it 11-3. So 2 out. Here comes Olick, a runner on third. The Cougars, they have scored 5 so far in the inning. That's 5 in the second, 5 in the 5th. They lead it 11-3. The A's are down 8 runs. The pitch misses low and outside. The A's were within 3. Now they've got a hill to climb. 1-0 delivery to Olick is popped up. It's well up the elevator chute. Giving chase is Gregory, and it falls in the outfield. It'll score a run. That's an error on the Dodge City A's.
Up next for Denver, number 24, Ian Laird.
So that brings up Ian Laird. The Cougars, they've scored 6. The A's trail 12-3. Laird has been hit by pitch twice. He actually led off the inning with the hit by pitch. So here he is up again as the Cougars have batted around, and he takes strike one on the outside edge to even the count at 1. Throw down to second. Not in time. Well, the Denver Cougars have taken a play out of the A's playbook. Running often as they are stealing at will. 2 balls and 1 strike the count to Laird as he'll take a called strike on the outside edge there, and it is deuces wild across the top of the scoreboard. Well, Pena will be tagged with another 6 runs that he'll be responsible for in this inning. That pitch is fouled off, and the count remains 2-2.
All foul balls must be returned to the concession stand, please.
The last run was not earned. It should have been an out to get the A's out of the inning. Throw back to second was not in time as they tried to get Olick picked off. Not happening. The 2-2 misses low. The count runs full. Looks like maybe it might have kicked some turf up in Laird's eyes, but nonetheless, the count runs full, and we'll see a payoff pitch. Long look back at second. Olick with a big lead. The payoff pitch inside, and that puts runners on first and second. And the Cougars, well, they're sending their 11th batter to the plate of the inning. They batted around in 2 innings last night, so 3 innings so far in the series. The Cougars have batted around. That will bring in the catcher, Barrows. Barrows is 0 for 1. He's walked on the last 2 times he's been at the plate. 2 on and 2 away, 6 runs in the inning so far for the Cougars. Pena will twist and send Olick back to second. The A's do have work down in the bullpen. So that pitch is fouled off. Has Barrows down the count 0-1. Down on the count, 0-2 is Barrows. So that will end the inning. The Cougars, they score 6, but they'll strand 2 more, and we're headed to the bottom of the 5th. The A's trail 12-3. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball.
Shortstop number 19.
Kane Carlos leads off for the Dodge City A's. We're in the bottom of the fifth. The A's with a mountain to climb. They trail or down by 9 runs as Carlos will take a strike. He is 0 for 2, hit into a line drive the last time he was up. Count even at 1. Carlos with 14 runs and 8 hits on the season. Send one down the right field line and foul. He's down in the count 1-2. Well, the A's, they seem to like to dig themselves a hole. They've did it last night. They were down by 11 at one point. They find themselves down 9 here as that pitch is fouled off. The count remains 1-2 to Carlos. Two balls and 2 strikes. Called strike in the first out of the inning, and that'll send Carlos back to the dugout to bring in Isaiah Velasco. He walked on his last time up. Velasco, 10 runs on 11 hits for the season.
Up next, number 16, Isaiah Velasco.
He'll come up empty on the offering as it's Tyler Swan back out for his 5th inning of work. The starter last night went 5 innings as well for the Cougars. A pitch misses inside. It's 1-1. Two balls and 1 strike. Oh. Isaiah Velasco will draw the walk. That brings in Cade Colbreth. Colbreth doubled. He's 2 for 2. He homered and doubled the 2 times he's been at the plate. Colbreth with 10 runs and 9 hits on the season for the Dodge City A's, and they're looking to get something going here. 1 on and 1 away. We're in the bottom of the 5th. The A's trailing 12-3. As Colbreth will foul off the first pitch he sees. He's down the count 0-1. Oh, delivery. Coming from Swan as he looks in and misses low for ball 1. The Cougars are shifting. They've got their center fielder playing about halfway to the right into the right power alley. Colbreth comes up empty. He's down in the count 1-2. The 1-2 delivery. Well, that'll end the inning, and the A's trail by 9. We're headed to the top of the 6th. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Albert leads off as Ryan Young will take over the mound for the Dodge City A's. He'll miss outside with ball 1. Albert, the beer batter, is 1 for 2. He went down swinging his last time up. Come up empty on the offering to even the count at 1 apiece. Young pitched for Florida A&M. He was a freshman this year from Ocala, Florida. Grounded into left field, and it'll be a leadoff single for Albert. Well, the A's just can't get anything going. That'll turn the lineup over. The Cougars, they're starting their 5th trip through the batting order. Brings up Christian Lopez. He singled the last time he was up. Throw down to second, not in time. One ball and no strikes account to Lopez. Runner in scoring position now. Young with 3 innings pitched, grounded to Carlos. The throw to first is in time. Out number 1, but another run just 90 feet away. Bring in Whitfield. He singled the last time he was up. .25 2/3 innings pitched for Ryan Young this year at Florida A&M University. He'll take that pitch for a strike. It evens a count at 1. That pitch is inside. Scoots Whitfield back. The count 2-1. 1 away. Runner on at third for the Cougars. The A's onto their third pitcher of the ball game. The Cougars are yet to make the call to the bullpen as that one's called strike. It'll even the count at 2. 2-2 delivery. Young fires. It misses. They say no, he did not go, and it is ball 3. Full count worked by Whitfield. The payoff pitch. Young works from the first base side of the rubber, fires in. It's off the end of the bat, and it's a fly ball out into right, giving chase and pulling it down is Colbreth. The throw home is up the line, and it will score the run. Two away, and the Cougars have scored in every half inning now except the third and the fourth. Called strike to Quintanilla. He doubled the last time he was up. 1 error apiece for each team. 3 runs, 2 hits, 1 error for the A's. 13 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error for the Cougars. The Cougars, they've stranded 8. Your A's, they've stranded 4. 1-1 the count. Now 1-2 as that one's called strike on the outer half. The delivery outside again, but misses to even the count at 2. Popped up. It's up the elevator chute. Backtracking is Carlos. And he'll have it for the final out of the top of the 6th. We're headed to the bottom of the 6th. A's trail 13-3. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Matt Perez leads off, takes the first pitch he sees, grounds it to the shortstop, throw to first in time, one away for the A's. Tyler Swan is back on the mound. He's out for his 6th inning of work now. Has thrown 82 pitches in the ballgame as he'll face Jacoby Radcliffe. Radcliffe grounded out his last time up. Radcliffe with 13 runs on 11 hits for the season. Perez, he's scored 6 runs on 8 hits. Pitch misses for ball 1. Radcliffe takes one. It's driven out into the right field side and pulled down by Alber, and out number 2. That brings in Jaden Moreno, 2 away quickly here in the bottom of the 6th as the A's are down by 10. They have a lot of work to do if they want to get back into this one to avoid the run rule. Moreno steps in. He's 0 for 1, walked on the last time he was up. Takes first pitch, strike, down on the count, 0 and 1. Moreno, 7 runs and 9 hits on the season. Evens a count at 1 apiece with that one. Swan working quickly, fires inside, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 is chopped. It'll go out into up the middle, and it will be a single as it's beat out by Moreno. So that brings up Ethan Kang. Kang is 0 for 1. He flew out the last time he was up. Kang has scored 10 runs on 7 hits on the season. Moreno hit that one right in the middle. It was a high bouncer fielded by the first baseman. By the time he got turned around, there was no play to make. Moreno actually probably could have ran and made it to second, and it to force an error for the Cougars, but stays at first for the single. 3 runs on 3 hits now for the Dodge City A's. Kang fouls that pitch off. He's down in the count, 0 and 1. One and 1 the count. The A's, they were down 13-8 after the 6th inning last night. That pitch is a fly ball at the second baseman, and that will end the inning. We're headed to the top of the 7th. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball.
And ice cream race. Our runners tonight are Paxton, Kai, Junior, Chandler, and Ellie. All right, are we ready? On my count. You ready? Get set. Go, 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 go. Run, run, run. Trip him. Trip him. Hot dog wins. $1 off hot dogs, everyone. Go get them.
Finn O'Connor leads off, takes the first pitch he sees, and flies out to Cade Colbreth. One pitch, one out. That might be the shot in the arm that the A's need.
Next up, the DH, number 10, Zeke Minnick.
Brings in Zeke Minnick. Minnick hit into a sac fly the last time he was up. Pitches low for ball one. Young on the mound. He's thrown 18 pitches. The A's onto their third pitcher of the ball game. Young came in the last half inning. Pitch is fouled off. Evens a count at 1. Minnick sends one out to left field, over the wall and gone. It's a solo shot. Minnick hit home runs. He hit an inside the park in the 8th last night and hit a 2-run shot in the 9th. And that was his second one already tonight.
Now batting, number 8, Carter Olick.
Minnick, it was a 3-run shot over the left field wall back in the 2nd. A's trail 14-3. The pitch, a chopper fielded by Carlos. The throw to first is not in time. So Carlos, instead of stepping up and trying to get to it, decides to play it off the hop. And that brings in Ian Laird. Laird, well, he walked on the last time he's been up, and just like last night, the Cougars, they score early, they score often. Pitch is grounded to first for the out. 3-2, 2 away. The second and third are the only third and fourth are the only 2 half innings that the Cougars have been held scoreless. The A's, they scored in the second and third, 2 in the second, 1 in the third, and that has been it. Brings in the catcher, Cameron Barrows. He's 0 for 2. He went down looking the last time he was at the plate. Takes a pitch low for ball number 1. Young, a recent addition to the Dodge City A's. As I said, played at Florida A&M University. Takes a pitch for a strike. It evens a count at 1. Pitch is fouled into the A's bullpen, giving chase was Kang. And that moves the count to have Barrows down in the count 1-2. One-two delivery. Takes a look back at second. DeJong throws back to second to send Olick scattering back, but nothing doing from there. Barrows will foul off the pitch. Count remains 1-2. Two and two the count. And the count runs full. Grounded to the second baseman, Junior, and that will be the inning as the throw to first was in time, and we're headed to the bottom of the seventh. It's stretch time in Dodge City. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. The A's, they trailed 19-8 going into the bottom of the seventh last night. They would score 4 in the bottom of the seventh to send the game into the eighth. It is Tyler Swan. He's back out for his 7th inning of work here in this ball game. He throws ball 1 to Dominic Roberts leading off for the Dodge City A's. He misses low again, and it's 2-0. Swan, he's at 93 pitches already in the ball game. Roberts sends a missile right over the first baseman, and that is the leadoff that the A's needed to get. So the A's will send the courtesy runner. It'll be Paxton Huff running for the Dodge City A's. Brings in Edward Gregory Jr. The A's turn the lineup over. He's 0 for 3, struck out swinging the last time he was up. The A's looking, they need to get something going as the throw to first is not in time. 1 on, nobody out for the A's. Got to score at least 2 in this inning to extend it. The ball gets away, so it'll be a passed ball, and that puts the runner in scoring position. One ball and no strikes account to Edward, and he'll foul that one off. It evens a count at 1. One delivery coming up from Swan. There is action down in the Cougars bullpen now. Pitch misses outside. It's 2-1. Cougars only brought about 20 guys here tonight to this series. A 2-1 delivery misses. It's 3-1. Braden Gillum in the bullpen for the Denver Cougars. The 3-1, a little excuse me hack, is fouled off. Count runs full. Payoff pitch. Swan will step back on the first base side of the rubber. Payoff misses outside, and that'll put runners on first and second for the A's with nobody out. So the A's may be looking and going to a pinch hitter. And indeed they are. They're going to send somebody out for Kane Carlos, who is 0 for 3 in the ball game. We'll see who the A's elect to send out. Looks like they're going to send Edwin Silverio. Well, Cougars are making a mound visit, and we'll take a step aside. We're going to thank some of our sponsors. I'd like to thank Cargill Meat Solutions, Lauren Dahl, I Don't Care Family Restaurant and Sports Bar, LLC, Parker Haskins Insurance Incorporated, TCBP LLC, Jimmy John's, Victory Electric Cooperative Association Incorporated, and Fragon Financial LLC, Koch Fertilizer, Deriva Energy, Rabine Brothers, United Wireless Communications Incorporated, and Dodge City Kenworth. We thank you for your sponsorship and support of Dodge City A's baseball. Well, the mound visit's over, and we're going to go to work, and the A's are indeed making a change in the batting order as they will send Edwin Silverio. So we'll see what the A's do with the defensive alignment. So Silverio is getting his first at bat of the ball game. Silverio, the sophomore, is committed to go to Ave Maria University, comes from Orlando, Florida. He takes a first pitch strike. He's down in the count 0-1. Silverio with a clutch piece of hit. It gets down out into left field. Here comes the run home, and the throw to home is cut off. A double by Silverio, and the A's are at run rule at 14-4 right now.
How do they even choose kids like for it? Like, do they just go based off stats or like, yeah?
Well, so the Denver Cougars are now going to make a mound visit, and it will be a pitching change. So we'll see Gillum come into the game. It actually looks like they're going to send Gillum out into center field. So as Swan departs the mound, we'll tell you who is taking over. It looks like Whitfield is taking over the mound for the Cougars. We'll take a step aside. We'll tell you about it when we come back. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Roberts sends a high fly ball. It's over the left field wall and gone under the scoreboard. It's a 2-run shot. The A's draw within 2. Well, that brings in Edward Gregory Jr. back at the top of the order for the Dodge City A's. The A's have scored 9 in the inning. They trail 14-12. Gregory is down in the count 0-1, and the pitch misses low. It evens a count at 1. Gregory walked on the last time he was at the plate. He almost swings out of his shoes as he is swinging for the fences, and all of a sudden the A's want to join in the home run fest. 2 home runs in the inning. Jacoby Radcliffe with the grand slam. Dom Roberts with a 2-run shot as the pitch misses inside. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Gregory. The A's were down by 11 runs when they came in to the bottom of the 7th. The pitch misses high. The payoff pitch is high and inside again, and, well, the Cougars are going, how can we get an out? We've got to get an out. We need an out. The A's, there's only 1 out in the inning, and this will bring up a mound visit. It will prompt a pitching change this time. We'll tell you about it when we come back. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Bolin takes over the mound, and Silverio takes a first pitch strike, and Gregory steals over to second. 1 out in the inning. The curve is left high. It evens the count at 1. The A's, they've definitely batted around. They've scored 9 runs. The 12th batter of the inning is at the plate as Bolin misses. Count now 2-1. Another curve left high. The count 3-1. The 3-1 swung on, the throw down to third, not in time. Count runs full, and another run now just 90 feet away. Payoff pitch coming from Bolin as he faces his first batter, and it's fouled off by Silverio. The count remains full. The Larks leading the Game Day Angels 7-0. That game, or actually 7-1, that game is in the 9th. So unless the Angels score 6 more runs, that one's going to be over. Pitch is left high again, a backdoor curve, and that puts runners on the corners. Here comes Isaiah Velasco again. Velasco, he's walked on the last 3 times he has been at the plate. The Rough Riders have retaken the lead in Liberal. The BJ's led at 7-6. The Rough Riders currently lead at 11-10. That game is in the bottom of the 7th. 2 on and 1 away for Velasco as the A's have scored 9. Velasco takes first pitch, ball. The A's are working their 5th trip through the batting order. Velasco, a little pop, and fielded by the pitcher. The throw to first, not in time. The A's score another one, and they're within 1. The tying run is at second. The go-ahead run is now on base at first. Brings up Cade Colbreth. He's 3 for 4. And is just a triple short of the cycle. Colbreth, a high fly ball, hit it down the right field line. It's going. The right fielder just turns and looks. He knows it's gone. It's a 3-run shot and the second home run of the game for Cade Colbreth, and the A's have taken the lead 16-4. 3 home runs in the 7th for the A's. They've scored 13 runs, and the A's lead it 16-14. Tell you how much of a no-doubter that was. The right fielder, Albert, just turned around and looked. He knew it was gone. He didn't even move. Here comes Matt Perez. Perez is 0 for 2. He walked on the last time he was up. Takes first pitch for ball 1. By the way, fans, this is the first time in the last 16 innings that the A's have led over the Denver Cougars. Count 1-1 to Perez. He'll foul that one off. He's down in the count 1-2. By the way, most of this damage with 1 out. 13 runs have scored in the bottom of the 7th. Pitch was fouled off again. Count remains 1-2. In case you're wondering how we got to this point, the A's, they trailed. They were down 14-3 coming into the bottom of the 7th. Perez sends a high fly ball. It's down the right field side. On the warning track is Albert pulling it down, and that is out number 2 of the inning. Brings up Jacoby Radcliffe. He hit the grand slam earlier in the inning. The 16th, yes, I said that correctly, the 16th batter to come to the plate in the bottom of the 7th for the Dodge City A's. They've scored 13 runs. The pitch misses outside. It's ball 1. Radcliffe, he's 1 for 3. A walk, a ground out, a line drive, and a home run has been his night at the plate. Radcliffe takes one inside, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Cliff sends that one up the right field side and foul. The A's would send 7 to the plate before they would see the first out of the inning. Radcliffe is the 16th batter to come to the plate. The Deuces Wild is left high. Bolin and Barrows both thought it was strike 3, but the count has run full. The payoff pitch. They say he went around. It will end the inning, but the A's have the lead. They lead at 16-14. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Albert leads off. The A's have their first lead of the series as Ryan Young is back on the mound for the A's, and he delivers an outer half strike to get Albert down 0-1. He is the beer batter. He is 2 for 3 in the ball game. He struck out once. They say no, he did not go. So after they rung up Jacoby Radcliffe to end the bottom of the 7th, that was an even more questionable call to say no, he didn't. That pitch comes up empty on the offering from Young. He has thrown 32 pitches since taking over the mound for the Dodge City A's. A 1-2 delivery from Young. So Albert will pop that one foul. It's out of play to the right. Count remains 1-2. Worked our way to the top of the 8th. The Cougars are completing their 5th trip through the batting order, and Albert will go down on strikes, and the crowd, they're going to get $1 off beers here at the ballpark. The 2nd strikeout of the ball game for Albert. That brings in, well, it should have been Christian Lopez, but it will not be. It's going to be Matthew Shipley.
Now batting number 11, Matthew Shipley.
talking about birthday somehow, and he's like asking, he's like, Jake, it's my birthday. He doesn't know.
So Shipley's getting his first at-bat of the night. He'll face off against Young. Young delivers a front door curve inside that misses for ball number 1.
Always writes down it's like number 7 or something like mom. That's not my birthday.
Young fires in again. It's a curve left high. 2 balls and no strikes account. Nobody on and 1 away for the Cougars in the top of the 8th. The A's have not out-hit the Cougars yet. They trail in that department. 3 balls and no strikes. 16 runs on 10 hits for the A's, 1 error. 14 runs on 12 hits and an error for the Cougars as the pitch right down Broadway. It's 3 balls and a strike to Shipley. Young delivers. It's called strike inside. Count runs full. Oh, that one's in. Hits Shipley in the back, and that'll put a runner on with 1 away to bring in Dylan Whitfield. Whitfield's 1 for 2. Hit a sac fly the last time he was up.
Oh no, it wasn't. We were on the same both sides of the house.
At the plate, number 15, Dylan Whitfield.
And we had like a pretty good match.
This game starting to approach the 3-hour mark now. So that pitch is on the inside, a jam shot, fisted foul. Down in the count, 0-1 is Whitfield. 1 on, 1 out for the Cougars. Look over at first. Pitch, a jam shot inside again is fouled off. Has Whitfield down in the count, 0-2. Well, the Cougars are down to their final 5 outs of the ball game. Called strike 3, and that will send Whitfield back to the dugout. Back-to-back strikeouts, and that brings in Quintanilla. Quintanilla, he is 1 for 4. He flew out the last time he was at the plate. Cougars, they're working their 6th trip through the batting order. Quintanilla takes a big swing, comes up empty on Young's offering. He's down in the count, 0-1. Young's done a good job at working ahead against these Denver Cougars since taking over the mound. He's lost a few battles. A throw down to second. In time. And that will end the inning as Shipley is picked off, and we're headed to the bottom of the 8th. The A's lead at 16-14. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Jaden Marino leads off. He's down in the count 0-2. Nate Huskin is taking over the mound for the Cougars. Moreno sends that one foul. He's 1 for 3. Got caught looking the last time he was up. Moreno takes that jam shot and fouls it off. Count remains 0-2. Well, if this was a banana ball game, Moreno would be out, but fortunately it is not. Just a bit outside. Moreno fouls that one off again. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 7th pitch of the at-bat coming to Jaden Marino. Fouls that one off the end of the bat. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming to lead off the bottom of the 8th. The Cougars, they're down to their final 3 outs. The A's took the lead in the bottom of the 7th. They lead this game 16-14. They've been out hit by the Cougars 12-10. Pitch. They thought it was strike 3. Instead, it's ball 2. They threw it down to third, thinking it was strike 3. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Count runs full. 10th pitch of the at-bat, the payoff pitch from Huskin. Back up the middle by Moreno, and the A's have their leadoff aboard. That brings in Ethan Kang, who walked on the last time he was up. He's 0 for 2. Walked on twice in the ball game, but has also flown out twice.
5 minutes left on that here back.
So the A's, well, they're going to send a pinch runner out for Marino. They're going to send Paxton Huff out to run. So it's likely that Huff, well, there's probably going to be some changes. Huff will probably go to right and bring Colbreth into first. So Ethan Kang steps in, 1 on, nobody out for the A's. It's grounded to the shortstop. The throw to second for 1. The throw to first in time. Cougars, they get a double play out of the deal. That brings in Dominic Roberts. Roberts, a home run the last time he was at the plate, and he has struggled with hitting so far in the season for the A's, but he's 2 for 4 in the ball game, a single and a home run. The last 2 times he's been at the plate, he takes the first pitch for a strike. Swings at a pitch outside and comes up empty. Down in the count, 0-2 is Roberts. He'll take a pitch inside. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 delivery is fouled off back over towards the first base dugout. Count remains 1-2. Roberts fouls that one into the netting. It goes out of play. Count still 1-2 strikes, and the 6th pitch of the at-bat coming to Dom Roberts. Fouls that one. 3 straight have been fouled off after falling down in the count 1-2. Foul that one off. That's 4 straight that have been fouled off. Count remains 1-2. Two balls and 2 strikes account to Dom Roberts. Two-two delivery off the end of the bat down the right field line. It stays fair. Oh, they called it foul. It sure looked fair from my vantage point, but there again, I'm not down on the field. Well, the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll see if Dom can piece something up here. Nobody on, 2 away for the A's. Dom pops that one. It's up the elevator chute. Tracking it and pulling it down is O'Connor, and that will end the inning. We're headed to the top of the 9th. The A's with a 2-run lead. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Quintanilla is set to lead off for the Denver Cougars. They're down to their final 3 outs. We've reached the top of the 9th. It is 16-14 A's. First pitch in as strike and has Tania down in the count, 0-1. He flew out the last time he was up. He's 1 for 4 in the ball game. A check swing. Nope, did not go. It'll even the count at 1. The 1-1 from Young is popped. It's going towards foul territory, giving chase is Kang, and it will fall fair. Well, it was headed towards foul territory, but the wind, blowing as it is, pushed it back fair. It dropped, and the Cougars have a runner on second with nobody out. That brings in O'Connor. Flew out his last time up, but he's 3 for 4 in the ball game, is singled. He's reached safely 4 of the 5 times he's been up, and he'll send a fly ball out towards the left center field. It's gone. We have a tie ball game, folks. (16-16) as the Cougars have tied it on a 2-run shot to left. It brings in Zeke Minnick. He's a dangerous one. He's hit 4 home runs in the series. It's actually not Minnick. It's Gillum. He's down to the count 1-2. He'll go down swinging for out number 1. Well, the Cougars have only been held scoreless in 3 innings, 3 half innings, I should say. Carter Olick steps up, takes a pitch low for ball 1. And we're now headed to the bottom of the 9th when this half inning ends. As if this game wasn't long enough, a leaping try. It gets over Gregory's head and out into right center field. Another runner aboard for the Cougars. I'll give it to the Cougars. They can hit. They'll hit. They've out-hit the A's 15-11.
Next up, number 24, Ian Laird.
Brings in Ian Laird. Laird is 0 for 2 in the ballgame, grounded out the last time he was up. The A's are looking for their final 2 outs to try to walk this one off in the bottom of the 9th. They would actually have the tying run come to the plate in the bottom of the 9th last night, but they would drop the ball game 23-19. 1 ball and no strikes is even now at 1 apiece as Laird comes up empty from Young's offering. Two balls and 1 strike to count. Pitch misses low. It's 3-1. This game now over the 3-hour marks, 3 hours and 5 minutes to be exact. It was a long game last night. That one almost 4 hours long. Might be headed for that again tonight. The pitch is inside. It's ball 4. We'll take this opportunity to thank some more of our sponsors as the A's are making a pitching change. We'll tell you about it after this. We'll thank our triple sponsors: Conant Construction LLC, Wild Pines Washes Dodge City LLC, Tommy's Car Wash, First Avenue Dental PA, ITC Great Plains LLC, Hinton Plumbing Service LLC, Medical Heights Dental Center PA, DC Appliance and Furniture, and Dodge City Eye Care. We thank you for your sponsorship and support of Dodge City A's baseball. Well, it's Caden Stewart that is taking over the mound for the Dodge City A's.
This year we went to our regional tournament, so Aaliyah got her finger stepped on by metal cleat and like completely like almost.
Oh my God. Stewart is an 0-2 record for the Dodge City A's. Last pitched against the Liberal BJs on June the 17th. He took the loss against the Rough Riders on the 13th and the loss against the Larks on the 11th. So right now it is a no decision.
Now to pitch for the A's, number 26, Caden Stewart. At the plate for the Cougars, number 30, Cameron Burrows.
So Burrows will step in. Let's go back to what we were talking about with Cameron Stewart. Stewart has a 1.42 ERA despite giving up 6 runs in the game against the BJs. Only one of them was earned. No, that's wrong. That was not Cameron. He didn't give up any runs against the BJs. He has Stewart, or Barrows is down in the count 0-2. Stewart has struck out 12. He struck out 7 against the Rough Riders back on June the 13th. The pitch a little high and outside. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 on and 1 away for the Rough Riders, and the A's would love to turn a double play. Barrows swings and misses. It's foul tipped. Count remains 1-2. Stewart has his sign. He comes set. He works from the first base side of the rubber. Delivers, and it is ball 2. Called strike 3 to Barrows, and that is the second out of the inning. It brings in Dakota Alber. Alber, well, he struck out twice in the ball game. He's 2 for 4. A single and a strikeout has been the last 2 times he's been at the plate. A double, a walk, a strikeout, a single, and a strikeout has been his night. Dakota Alber, also the beer batter as he fouls off the first pitch he sees. Down on the count, 0-1. The A's Stewart delivers. It's strike 2. He has Albers down in the count 0-2. Stewart's looking in, has his sign. He comes set. 0-2 delivery. Called strike 3 on the inner half, and that will send us to the bottom of the 9th. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. We're headed to the bottom of the 9th. Huiskin is back on the mound for the Denver Cougars, and we are back at the top of the order for the Dodge City A's. Gregory, Silverio, and Velasco set to swing it here in the bottom of the 9th. It is 16-16. The A's trying to walk off another ball game. They walked one off against the Colorado Rough Riders on a grand slam by Jaden Marino, who hit that one. Take a look around the league real quick. The Larks, they beat the Game Day Angels tonight 7-4. And the BJs are down 3 runs to the Rough Riders. That game currently in the top of the 9th. They trail 15-12. We're in the bottom of the 9th. Edward Gregory leads off. He's 0 for 3. He takes the first pitch ball. That one is called strike. It evens the count at 1. The A's in the bottom of the 7th, they would get 7 runners on safely to start the inning as Gregory comes up empty on the offering from Huiskin. He's down in the count 1-2. Huiskin delivers. Grounded back up the middle, fielded by O'Connor. The throw to first in time for out number 1. Brings in Edwin Silverio in a clutch piece of hitting for him as he doubled the first time he came up. He's 1 for 1. Walked on the last time he was at the plate. One away for the A's in the bottom of the 9th. The A's trying to walk it off. Huiskin misses low for ball 1. Don't forget, fans, tomorrow night the A's morph back into the Boot Hill Lawmen. So he takes a pitch high and inside. That game will be a 6 p.m. start here at Cavalier Field. Game 3 of the series against the A's and Cougars. Silverio tries to bunt. Fouls it off. The count 2-1. The A's with 2 outs to work with. Uiskin yanks one outside. 3 balls and 1 strike to count to Edwin Silverio. He's getting his 3rd at bat of the ball game. The A's trailed 14-3 going into the bottom of the 7th. They would score 13 runs in that one. The pitch is high and inside, and the A's have the go-ahead run aboard. So the go-ahead run is at first now for the Dodge City A's, and that brings up Isaiah Velasco. Velasco had 2 home runs in last night's game. He drove in 5 runs and 2 home runs, a 2-run shot and a 3-run shot. He takes the first pitch low for ball number 1. Velasco tonight is 1 for 2. He's walked on 3 times and singled the last time he was at the plate. He flew out in his very first at bat of the ball game, but has been on base ever since. Throw over to first was not in time. The 1-0, called strike on the outer part. It evens a count at 1. Silverio gets a lead off at first. A 1-1 delivery. Come up empty on the offering is Velasco, and he's down in the count 1-2. Velasco trying to reach safely for the 5th time. The A's, they're working their 7th trip through the batting order. Sixth trip through the batting order. I stand corrected. That one missed outside. It evens a count at 2. Two-two pitch. Uiskin delivers. It's low, and the count runs full. Silverio will definitely be off on the pitch as it's a full count. The payoff pitch misses low, and the A's have 2 aboard. So with 2 on and 1 away, here comes Cade Colbreth. Can we say man of the night? Cade Colbreth is 4 for 5. 2 home runs, a double, and a single. He struck out once in the ball game. Cade, he is a triple short of the cycle. The first pitch, he was swinging for the fences, but comes up empty, down in the count 0-1. The 0-1, Uiskin's going to look back at second. Takes a long look back there, kicks and fires well inside, and it evens a count at 1 apiece. A 1-1. Uiskin again taking a long look back at second. Swung on, coming up empty is Colbreth. Down in the count 1-2. The go-ahead run is at second for the Dodge City A's. Colbreth takes a step out of the box, and he'll step back in. Getting a good grip on the bat. Huskin has his sign. Again, a long look at second. The pitch is popped up. It is dropped on the infield, and the A's have the bases loaded. Well, so 2 singles and 2 home runs and a double for Cade Colbreth. And the A's have the go-ahead run just 90 feet away. It brings up Matt Perez. Perez, he flew out the last time he was up. He's 0 for 3 in the ball game. He's only been on one since he was hit by pitch in his first at bat. So with bases loaded, all it takes is a hit, and the A's will walk it off. Grounded up the middle. They go to second for 1. The throw to first is on the bag. So the A's are asking for help as the Cougars turned the double play, supposedly. And we're going to bonus baseball. We're going to take a step aside. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Really, Hall leads off, and on an 0-1 pitch, he sends a line drive out into left field. The Cougars have a runner aboard. So after the A's got robbed of a call in the bottom of the ninth, we're into bonus baseball as this game now approaching the 3.5-hour mark. I really hope our umpires go back and look at the game and realize they made a pretty bad call. This game now approaching the 3.5. So that'll bring in not Dylan Whitfield. The Cougars have decided to go willy-nilly and do whatever they want. They're sending everybody but the kitchen sink to the plate. So Bolin at bat now. So he sends a first one foul. One and one the count to Bolin. Caden Stewart's on the mound. Bolin shows bunt, pops it back. It's tried to catch is Roberts, and he's not coming up with it. Roberts is taking a beating behind home plate tonight. Has Bolin down in the count 0-2, or 1-2. One and two the count. Top of the 10th, the A's and Cougars are tied at 16 apiece. Fly ball out into shallow left center, and that'll put runners on first and second with nobody out. Brings in Quintanilla. He's 2 for 5. Doubled his last time up. Grounded to the second baseman. The throw home, and he will be tagged out at home. The A's get the first out of the inning, and the Cougars not able to get a run as Rilwe Hall is tagged out at first. And it actually was not Rilwe Hall. It was Blake Roberts. Well, the A's are going to take a mound visit. Take this opportunity. We're going to thank our single sponsors, David H. Snap, Robert L. White, John F. Wilkinson, Gail L. Osmus, Mead Lumber Company Incorporated, Best Water of Southwest Kansas, and Mr. G's Liquor. We thank you for your sponsorship and support of Dodge City A's baseball. So that'll bring in Finn O'Connor. Takes first pitch, strike, down in the count, 0-1. So runners on first and second with one away. O'Connor comes up empty on Stewart's offering. He's down in the count, 0-2. Stewart misses outside. O'Connor goes down on strikes, and that will bring in, I think it's Braden Gillum. 2 away for the Cougars. They have runners on first and second in the top of the 10th. Stewart delivers a strike. Has Gillum down in the count, 0-1. Grounded up the first base line. The foot race flipped to first in time, and that will send us to the bottom of the 10th. You've been listening to Dodge City A's baseball. The Cougars go to Jackson Nutter, who pitched against the A's in last night's ball game. Nutter went a third of an inning, allowed one hit, and struck out one. So it is Jacoby Radcliffe that will lead off for the Dodge City A's. Radcliffe takes a first pitch ball from Nutter. Called strike. Evens a count at 1. That pitch misses low and outside. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Radcliffe went down swinging the last time he was at the plate. He's got a home run in the ball game. That home run was actually a grand slam. Up the right field line, and it's out into right field. Radcliffe is digging for second, but he'll stop as he rounds first. And the A's have the go-ahead run aboard. So after Paxton Huff was tossed in the last half inning, we have Zach Hoskins coming to the plate for the Dodge City A's. Well, we're in a position that we never should have been in after the missed call at first by the field umpire. He was definitely off the bag as we went back and looked at it and looked at the replay. That would have been the walk-off run for the A's. A called strike to Hoskins. He's down in the count 0-1. Nobody out with 1 on for the A's. Nutter, he works from the middle of the rubber. Hoskins starts to show bunt, pulls it back. Evens a count at 1. One delivery from Nutter. Hoskins shows bunt again, and the throw down to second not in time, so the go-ahead run is now at second for the Dodge City A's. It is 2-1, the count to Hoskins. So the A's with nobody out, the A's worked the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th. Matt Perez would ground one to the shortstop that flipped to second for the out. The throw to first. They said that Quintanilla held his foot on the bag. Didn't look like it when we looked at the replay again, but, there again, we're not on the field. Count 2-2 now to Hoskins. The pitch is low, and the count runs full. Payoff pitch from Nutter. Misses low, and the A's have 2 aboard. That'll bring up Ethan Kang. Kang grounded out the last time he was up. Dominic Roberts stands in the on-deck circle for the Dodge City A's. We're in the bottom of the 10th. It is a 16-16 ball game. The A's took the lead 16-14 in the bottom of the 7th after they scored 13 runs. Kang takes a ball low as he showed bunt. 1-0 the count. The winning run, it is just 180 feet away. Jacoby Radcliffe out at second for the Dodge City A's. They had the go-ahead run just 90 feet away in the bottom of the 9th with one out before the Cougars turned the double play. Kang shows bunt again. Radcliffe goes, lays the bunt. It goes foul, and that evens a count at 1. Hoskins at first, Radcliffe at second. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to Kang. Kang showing bunt. A long look back at second. Nutter fires. It's over Kang's head, and that'll move the go-ahead run now just 90 feet away. So Connor's going to go in and hug it out with Nutter. The A's with the go-ahead run, 90 feet away, nobody out. We're in the bottom of the 10th. 2-1 the count to Ethan Kang. Nutter looking in. Has his sign, but steps off. He wants a new set of signs. Hoskins with the lead off a second. Nutter has his sign and comes set. The 2-1 delivery is over his head. Here comes the run home, and they walk it off on the wild pitch that ends it. The A's win it. The A's win it. They get the ice bath at home plate. The walk-off by Jacoby Radcliffe. It's a wild pitch as the A's take it 17-16. They were down 14-3 and going into the bottom of the 7th, and they win it 17-16. Take a step aside. We'll come back with your final game wrap-up. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Welcome back into Cavalier Field as here's your final game wrap-up. The A's win it in the bottom of the 10th. They walk it off on a wild pitch as Jacoby Radcliffe crosses home plate on the wild pitch. The A's win it 17-16. It's 17 runs, 13 hits, 1 error. The A's a strand 8. The Cougars 16 runs on 17 hits, 1 error, and they strand 13. The A's even the series between the Cougars and themselves 1 apiece as the A's improve to 7-8 overall on the season. 5-6 in the Rocky Mountain League. I believe that is correct. So let's take a look at the game. The A's, they trailed 14-3 going into the bottom of the 7th, and it looked like what could have been a run rule for the Denver Cougars. The A's would not be denied as they would come storming back. The A's, they would score 2 in the bottom of the second. As Cade Colbreth would step up, he would hit a home run over the right field wall to lead off in the second. He would get the solo shot followed by Matt Perez. He would come on, was hit by pitch to reach safely. Jacoby Radcliffe would walk on. And then Jaden Moreno would hit into a fielder's choice, but it would drive in Perez to give A's their 2 runs in the inning. They would score again in the third as Isaiah Velasco would draw a walk, and then he would get over to third on the double from Cade Colbreth. It would be Matt Perez that would drive Velasco in. He would ground out, but it would drive in the run. The A's would have 3 runs at the point. They would trail the Denver Cougars 6-3 at that time. So moving on, the A's would be held scoreless until the bottom of the 7th, and then it was the big 7th inning that gave the A's hope. The A's would lead off in the bottom of the 7th with Dom Roberts as he would hit a single. Edward Gregory Jr. would draw the walk. Kane Carlos would come in the A's would substitute Kane Carlos with Edwin Silverio, and he would have a clutch piece of hitting as he would hit a double out into left field that would score the first run of the inning. Velasco would come up and draw the walk, and then Cade Colbreth would come up and hit a single and drive in a run as well. Matt Perez would draw the walk and drive in a run, and then Jacoby Radcliffe would step up with bases loaded and drive a grand slam over the left field wall. The A's would send their first 7 to the plate to reach safely as they would score 13 total. So after the strikeout, the A's would get more runs as Dom Roberts would step up with a runner on and hit a 2-run home run over the left field wall, followed by an Edward Gregory walk. Edwin Silverio would draw a walk, and then Isaiah Velasco would hit a single and drive in a run. Cade Colbreth would step up, and it is a 3-run shot over the right field wall that would make the 13th runs of the inning. So the A's would send 16 to the plate and score 13 runs in the bottom of the 7th as they would lead it 16-14 at that point. The Cougars would tie it up in the top of the 9th with 2 runs. The A's would walk it off in the bottom of the 10th. The A's would have bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th as Edwin Silverio would draw a walk, Isaiah Velasco would draw the walk, and Cade Colbreth would single to load the bases. Matt Perez would hit into a double play as they would end the inning, but the A's would not be denied. Radcliffe would come up in the bottom of the 10th. He would single, followed by a Hoskins walk. They would move over to second and third on a wild pitch, and then, of course, Radcliffe would come in to score on the final wild pitch. The A's, they walk it off in the bottom of the 10th. They beat the Cougars 17-16. Come back tomorrow night as the A's morph into the Boot Hill Lawmen. That game at 6 p.m. here at Cavalier Field as the A's are nearing the end of this long homestand. The A's win it tonight. They walk it off in the bottom of the 10th. I am Justin Hergert, was alongside with Amory Macias assisting with the live stream. For the entire A's board and organization, we thank you for following along. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball.